Hello, besties. How is everyone doing today? I have been dealing with some work drama, so I'm sorry I'm a minute late. I'm gonna have to handle that in a minute. Happy Friday. I was off work for 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks, and it was glorious. I did a lot of reading. I did a lot of nothing, frankly. And it was amazing. And I'm so happy. I'm trying to find my notes here. I'm so happy that I was able to take that time off. I did a lot of sprint watching and reading and all that. So a little bit of organizing and decluttering. I have no hair, a messy hair and don't care day today because it's really, really cold. Plan for today. I'm here till 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which I think is 9 p.m. GST, which is where a number of my folks come from. So that's the plan. What we're doing is up to a spinner wheel. Because this is my first week back to work, I have extreme decision fatigue already. So I just keep adding books to my books that I'm currently reading, which I know makes Cori tick a little bit, and it subsequently makes me chuckle that it makes her tick a little bit. So we have a spinner wheel for that today. We have a spinner wheel for what we're doing today. I have an app that I use called Random, and it gives you different options to do different random things. And so I always keep a list of what I'm currently reading and things that I want to do or need to do. So I put a few of those on my spinner wheel to get us through the day. Get me through the day. So we'll see what we can get into. And what I do is going to depend on what I read, because most of the books that I have on that wheel are either ebooks or physical books. And I only have one audio on there that's an ARC that I'm actually really loving. It's called The Other Year by Rhea Frey. And it's a parallel timeline for how her life is if a certain large event happens, and how her life is if it doesn't happen. So it's and it works. Like I was kind of worried that it would be weird, but it's not. It's really good. So if I'm doing something like work or something for the bookshop, I'll probably be listening to that. Otherwise, if I get a read prompt, we'll spin the wheel to see what I actually physically read. So, so in the description, I put kind of a list of things that we could chat about today throughout the day. I do have my Hygee card, and we'll go over that in a few minutes. I've got my water, and I've got my coffee. And I have my half-eaten breakfast, which I won't show you that. But my word of the year, I don't love doing words of the year. I just don't. It seemed to me, not, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but it's not been anything that I've done in the past, really. But for some reason, the last few months, the word intention has kept coming up in my world, and being intentional. And I thought, you know what, let's go with it. So this year, whatever I do, I am trying to slow down and be intentional and be being present. I think has become like a fad word or a buzzword. But like even here, instead of rushing through the chat and rushing through this and rushing through that, I'm just going to breathe a second and chill. And we get through what we get through. So that's my word of the year. So far, it's worked really well. I'm having to push back I guess if I get behind on something because I've spent dedicated time doing something and doing it correct the first time, or doing it effectively the first time, I've had to sort of push back those feelings of like being behind until I catch myself up. But in every other aspect, being able to do whatever I'm doing with intention and being satisfied with that has been really great. So I'm going to roll with it. Today here in the southeast coast of the United States, it is freezing cold, literally. We are expected to get some wintry stuff. We have the S word coming in this afternoon, followed by some freezing rain, followed by some ice. So I'm sprinting with you all until 4:00 my time, and that will give me about an hour to get dinner prepped and ready before Vanessa starts at 5. So that's super exciting. And then after that, I'm just going to snuggle in with whatever suits my fancy, whether it's reading or catching up on work or whatever the powers that be feel like I should work on. So as we get closer to the afternoon and there may be some accumulation coming down, I may switch us around just because it's pretty. All right. So I don't know. I think I'm going to start off with a 45 just to get everybody like settled in and all that. And then we will kind of see where things go. So there's a few people in the chat already. So let's see who's here. We have Hermie. Hello, lovelies. I think I've said this before, but I sleep well, but once I get up like around 5 or so, I have a bad habit of checking my phone, and then from there I'm kind of like hyper fixated on checking it because I don't know what's coming up with work or whatever. And every day, and I always check the sprint spreadsheet because a lot of times that motivates me to either sleep another 30 minutes or get up. And every time Hermie is sprinting, I make sure I get up. There are some times where sleep has gotten the better of me, but I always love sprinting in the mornings with Hermie and Dee Dee and Shauna. And speaking of which, Shauna's here. She is currently sprinting. I'll pop her link in the spreadsheet here in a few minutes. And because she's sprinting until 4 p.m. her time, which will be 1 p.m. my time. No, 11. So she's almost done. She's got like an hour left. She may be doing one more sprint before she hops off. I think that's right. 4 p.m. her time, 11 a.m. my time. So that's about an hour. She was doing 3-hour sprints and working, and so lots of things going on. But she typically gets me through my work mornings when on the days that she sprints, because they don't always coincide with Hermie and Dee Dee, so it works out perfectly for me. And then my bookie. Oh my gosh, she's not my bookie. Oh my word. My bookshop bestie is here, Cori. Hello, love. I was actually kind of surprised that you remembered. I was going to text you and then I had an issue with work and I forgot. And then I saw you pop on. I was like, sweet, she remembered. And Livia is here. Hello, Livia, darling. What are you working on today? Cori, what are you doing today? Are you working today? I'm sure you're working today because you get off before the snowpocalypse hits. But what you listening to today? You heifer. Yes, there's literally like 6 books on there right now that I'm supposed to be currently reading. So that's why we have the wheel, because, why not? Hermie is working on today's video and listening to The Eye of the World and Living My Best Life. Are you feeling better too, by the way? I know you said you were having a hard day the other day. Donna is here. Donna is our fellow Canadian, right? Canadian? Are you? Oh gosh, I might have gotten that wrong. Currently trying to write a review That's always fun. I always try to, since I started doing NetGalley late last year, I started trying to do more like substance-based reviews instead of just giving a star rating. But I don't love recapping the book in my reviews. Excuse me. And then just copy and paste them to Storygraph or wherever. But reviews can sometimes be tough, right? Shauna might sprint for an extra hour. Oh, sweet. As this editing is taking me a while. So maybe noon my time, 5 her time. Will just depend. But I'll pop her link in. And there's somebody else is sprinting at 10 with me. Not with me, but also Aubrey with books and the ABCs, Aubrey with books and coffee. So I'll pop both of those in case you guys want to sprint hop. Cori is working. Just started a new Freedom McFadden book. Okay, which one? And then also listening to A Year of Less. Is that like a nonfiction sort of like a true Year of Less, or is it a novel? Listening to Iron Flame and working on my bullet journal. So Dee and I were talking about this yesterday, about the difference in bullet journals and what do they call them? I just lost my train of thought. Bullet journals and the big poster ones. And bullet journals make more sense to me than what are they called? Somebody help me out. Bullet journals and I'll think of it. Vision boards. Bullet journals and vision boards. And bullet journals make more sense in my brain. So that's exciting. Donna should be editing her newest video and getting some buddy reads done. Yeah. I'm telling you, because I'm buddy reading, Out of the Woods with, I was supposed to be buddy reading that with Bree and Katie, Pretty Girls with my neighbor, The Amendment with my neighbor, and Beautiful Creatures with the Seriously series with Nicole and Coda. So, it's a problem. And Donna is Canadian. I thought so, because one of my best friends lives in Vancouver, and I was thinking that you were on the opposite side of that. So I was hoping that I wasn't getting that wrong. And I think we're going to go to Vancouver in July next year. I'm so excited to see see the whole family. Hermit's been doing word and sentence of the year for a couple years, but since my DBT therapy, I found it resonates with me more than it did before because it pairs well with my skills. Nice. It's always intriguing to me when, as people, we can realize what our skill sets are and what makes sense in our brain, and that's why I started using that term. It makes sense in my brain because not everything makes sense to everybody else's brain. What is this hair situation today? I got to figure this out. Anyway, I literally look like I just rolled out of bed. And how we can adapt and figure out things that work based on our skill sets and how our brains work. And that to me is fascinating, that it's not just, that doesn't make sense, or whatever the case may be, that this works for my brain. And I've started using that terminology a lot because I think it helps me help someone else understand me better, if that makes sense. I love when you're able to hang out with me. I love the group we have on Mondays and Thursdays. Yeah, same. And that's where, yeah, you guys really help me make it through my day. So it's fun. It's exciting. Started The Locked Door and A Year of Less is a nonfiction about decluttering your life and keeping what's meaningful and saving money and type stuff. Well, listen, don't declutter me. Put me on the what's meaningful in your life list, please, ma'am. Because that would be sad if you didn't. I was reading this thing the other day. I'm a huge believer in, not a huge believer, but I'm a believer in soulmates, right? Whether it's a romantic partner or not. And I feel very strongly that soulmates do not have to be romantic partners. Soulmates can be friends. Soulmates can be whatever. And I was listening to a podcast the other day about soulmates, and they were saying how the same thing, that your soulmates don't have to be romantic partners. And I was thinking to my head, how do you determine if a person is a soulmate or not? And in my head, I was like, would I be just devastated if that person were not in my life? And would it really just kind of wreck me for a time? And I was going through in my head, people, and I'm like, no, it wouldn't completely wreck me if that person was in my life. And I was thinking about like my friend Todd that lives in Vancouver, my friend Leanne that I've known since we were 15. And then I was thinking about you, Cori, and with all three of you, I got like a little teary because yes, not having you in my life would be devastating. So please keep me on your list of people to keep when you declutter. Talking of reviews, I spent an hour, and I would keep going with that, but I can feel it behind my eyes now. So I'm not going to keep going with that. Talking of reviews, I spent an hour and a half writing one the other day, and then my keyboard decided to be weird. No. Yikes. And your keyboard is so pretty too. For it to mess up. It's so pretty. Oh my word. I would have cussed somebody. Yeah, that keyboard definitely would have been in timeout. For sure. I hope you like it when you go there. I've never been, about 7.5 hours away from there. So sadly not a trip for me. Yeah. My husband's half sister lives in Toronto, and she's been begging for us to come up there. My husband is not a flyer. And I guess technically we could drive it, but it would be, a stop off in like New Jersey or somewhere and then travel the rest of the way. It would definitely be a 2-day travel trip for us because we're obviously in North Carolina. But we've been, so we definitely could do a Toronto trip driving if we had to, but yeah, I'm excited. My nieces, that I call them my nieces, but they're about a year older than my oldest son, and they are like, especially the one, Livy, she is like beside herself excited. Like she'll text me and be like, Angie, I can't wait 6 more months just to show him around. And they've been up there now probably 20 years. No, that's not right. 11 years almost. And maybe 12 years now. I can't remember. I think they left in 2014. Does that sound right? What year is it? 25? Yeah. So probably 11 years now. And we've never been, for one reason or the other. We just haven't been able to go. And so I think we're going to take almost 2 full weeks and go 10 days there, maybe 11 or 12 days there, and then travel time, of course. But yeah, we're really, really looking forward to spending that time up there. And I've heard it's gorgeous. Like, I've heard it's gorgeous. So I'm excited. Hi there, going to be watching Going 17 during these sprints. Oh, wait, weren't you were just on Shauna's channel. I remember you talking about this. Going 17 is a K-pop group variety show. In case anyone doesn't know, I love this group so much. And I think you were saying, and help me with your name if you don't mind. I think you were saying, if you want to, please don't feel like you have to. You were saying there's 13 members and it's low key and that sort of thing. So that's cool. Are you in the States? Is that something that we can watch in the States as well and check out? Or are you overseas? Exactly. We need to do things that make sense to us for sure. Yeah. And so when I was growing up, I was telling my son this the other day, when I was growing up and my mom would tell me to go clean my room, I didn't just go there and clean it. Like I had to reorganize everything. And she would come in and be frustrated because for her, when she would clean a room, she just clean the room and be done. And I didn't know until much later in life that my brain doesn't work like that. Like it's methodical for me. And so to be completely transparent, since I've discovered sprints and sort of molded how I watch sprints, especially if what I tried to do is during the chatty bits, I'll either clean or work, and then do reading or whatever during the sprints. And if it's a streamer that has a longer chatty bit, like Nicole and Coda, we'll talk for an hour plus, I usually will clean or do a mix of something. But having that designation of time to do stuff and that Pomodoro style focus really has been a game changer for me. And I talk about that every stream, I think, or every video, it seems like. Every time I can, I talk about it, but it really has been a huge deal breaker. And I wish I had known this was a thing, 20 years ago, but I didn't. And here we are. But it's definitely been eye-opening to figure out how my brain works and how I'm most successful and most effective, and put that into play with things that I'm doing. So I think you're really fortunate if you can do that and figure out how that works for you. I might read Thursday Murder Club, but I'll see if my headache goes away. Oh no. Yeah. Headaches are the worst. What is your profile picture? Your profile picture looks to me like Daisy Duck, and it's making me smile, but I'm sure it's not. Hermie says, "Ooh, that's an idea. Meaningful to me list may be happening as a journal prompt." Oh, nice. Look at you guys inspiring the crap out of me. Hey, that's what we do. My friend got me this book. It's stacked up, but I'll pull it out. And it's called The Burn When Finished, or Burn When Completed. And it's basically like this really intense journal with different journal prompts. And the idea is that you are 1,000% transparent, because even when we journal, we censor ourselves to a certain degree, and because of the fear that it might be seen someday, or the fear of, or the just idea that you can't be 100% honest and truthful with yourself all the time. Burn after reading, or whatever it's called. Anyway, I'll pull it out in a second, but it made me think, this made me think of that, because you can be completely honest and transparent, and then just burn it after. And meaningful to me will look different today than it does next year. So, yeah, it's a good idea. Laura would be, yeah, I'd be like, you know what? I'm not reading this book. I'm not doing it. Good luck with that. It's too early for all these feels. I'm adopting the philosophy of, if this is bad, poo on it. Wait. If this bad, okay, wait, hold on. It's too early for words, apparently. Ma'am, it's too early for all the feels. Okay. I'm adopting the philosophy of, if this bad poo on it, I don't get that first part. Basically, keep it or toss it. I would keep you. Thanks. I appreciate you. And I even struggle with this, because like, well, maybe I don't want it today, but I might want it tomorrow. There's a TikTok going around. I saw it a while ago, and then Cori resent it to me, where the guy was like, do you have a box that is exactly, or whatever, that is exactly these dimensions, this width, this height, this, whatever depth, that's exactly going to fit in this uniquely round hole? And he's like, got it. And he goes and finds the most obscure object that he's been keeping for years. That's me a little bit sometimes. Matt has fixed the keyboard. Luckily, good. I nearly quit everything in that moment. I'm telling you, I would have too. I'd have been like, nope, we're done. Resilience is key when technology is involved. And you seem to have the weirdest technology issues. Like, it's so funny to me how you're like, this isn't working. And then Matt comes in the room and it's like, just kidding. It's working again. It's not funny, but your technology problems are fun, are interesting. So yes, resilience is key. I would have cried for sure. Yeah, done. Okay, wait, I missed something. Oh yeah, my username is Super Rouge. Rouge is French and is a character in a video game I love so much, and it's from Sonic Adventure 2. Perfect. Now, I know that, oh, never mind. I was going to say, I know that it's pronounced Rouge, but we have a car. I don't have it anymore, but it's Rogue, but that's Rogue, so never mind, Rouge. Welcome to the community. Yes, and we're so, cheers. We're happy you're here. Thank you. Yep. YouTube comments never autocorrect. It's okay. We figured it out. No worries. Okay, so I was really hoping okay, let's, in the comments again, I put down things that I wanted to talk about today or touch on today. And one of those things was my grad school plan and check-in, reading goals and check-in, planner goals and check-in, and then Hygee questions. I was really hoping that my grad school classes would be released before today, and I could spend some time updating my planner and assignments and all that. But as of this morning, it was not. So I'll check in with that as we, if I happen to get a school spinner wheel, then I'll check it again. But I was really kind of hoping that would be already uploaded and all that, but it's not. So I have had some struggles with school and fitting in, like prioritizing and, not feeling guilty about taking time away from my family and wanting to spend time doing things that I love and not getting burnt out and all that. But when I was off, I did a little bit of brain resetting, and I decided that, I kind of figured out what I think might be a good plan for me. I, as of today, have 5 classes left and I'm done. So the plan will be 2 of them. My sessions are 7 weeks long. So a full 16-week semester here in the States is cut in half for me. So it's a full 16 weeks of work in 7 weeks. Then we get a week break, and then we do the next 7 weeks, and then we get a week break, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm doing 2 classes the first 7 weeks, which will last till I think mid-March, late March maybe. 2 mid-March, I think it is. 2 classes the second 7 weeks, which will take me to the beginning of May. And then we get a short break before the summer session starts. And then I'll do my last class, which is apparently a pretty intense class, that last 7 weeks, which ends the end of June. And then the middle of July, we will fly out to Vancouver to celebrate. My friend Todd wants us to come in mid to late July, because that's when their Pride events happen. And he wants us to experience Pride in Vancouver. And he wants me to do the Pride 5K with him, and we'll go to the Pride Parade and do stuff like that. So we're going to tailor our trip around whenever their Pride Week is in Vancouver. And I will probably cry the whole time because it just makes me so happy. So that's the grad school plan. I will probably be I was telling Cori that I might switch things up and do sprints on Sundays. I might do them in addition to Fridays, but I want, or I may just watch sprints, but I'm going to try really hard to integrate some dedicated studying time. I really love watching Study with Laura. And if you haven't checked her out, it's phenomenal. Like, the way her cadence is just really flows really well. So if you're working or studying, I would definitely suggest checking her out. But anyway, that's my grad school plan. I'm only saying that to say I need some accountability. I need some support. And I'm putting it out there in the universe that this will be the end for me, and that we are going to be done in June, forever. No more school for a while, if at all, after that. But that's the plan. So anyway, they're supposed to start on Monday. And I like to get my planner and assignments and all that written down prior to. So anyway, all right, a few more comments, and then we're going to do a 45-minute sprint. Yes, she really does have weird technology issues that just turns itself on and off again. And Rouge lives in Scotland, so we can watch that this Going 17 anywhere. And it's on YouTube. So if we look it up, we should be able to find it. Perfect. I'm going to check it out. I've never really invested some time in K-pop, so I definitely will check it out. Sorry that my message was late. My comment about going, oh, no worries. Yeah, YouTube sometimes just YouTubes, so it's all good. Christina's here reminding us to hydrate. I'm going to hydrate with coffee because it's still early for me. Not really early, but I'm not fully caffeinated. Check your laundry and show some love to the like button. Make sure you sub and ring that bell so that we will hopefully be notified. Olivia saying hi to Christina. Christina saying hi to Olivia and Christina. All right, I'm going to star you right here. Let's do a quick spinner wheel, see what we can get ourselves into. I'm going to present. Okay, nope, I don't want to do that one. I want to do, which one? Okay, I'm going to do this one and I found out that you can put different backgrounds. I'm so excited. Okay, so here's what we're working with today. I've got reading, school, work, the bookshop, cross stitch, and diamond painting. I put them on there twice. Our fuzzy little penguin friend gave us work earlier this morning when I was sprinting with Shauna. So let's see what we get again. And looks like cross stitch. So I actually have this guy I'm working on. This was a sort of sampler project that I got from Target last year. Let me stop presenting. It's a Golden Girls sampler. The only thing I have left is the rest of Rose's hair and their faces. Otherwise, it's done. And what I'm probably going to do is just tie back the ends here and hang it on my wall here in the bookshop. So I'll be working on that. I will be listening to The Other Year by Rhea Frey because, again, it's my only audio. And then I'll have my email up just in case an email comes up or something I need to do for work. So let's throw 45 minutes on the clock and go from there. Happy sprinting, my friends. Welcome back. That went faster than I anticipated it to go. Hold on. All right. So I listened to The Other Year by Rhea Frey. And I just started chapter 13 when we came back. And I'm at 63%. So I listened to about 5% at that time during that sprint. I've got about 3.5 hours left of that audio arc. Let's see. I feel like I'm lagging a little bit. All right, let's see. I'm gonna stop presenting. Okay, here we go. I don't understand. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. How did you guys do while we chat a little bit more? I realized I forgot to put up or to talk about the Hygee last tiny bit. So today's question. So this is a game that I bought. I really wanted to try to do something during sprints for conversation's sake, and so I found this on online over break or before break, my holiday break, and there's like, I don't know, 110 cards. There's 3 questions on each card. And so I try to, during each sprint, or I'm going to try to during each sprint, put a question up and we can chat about it when we get back. Our 3 questions for today are, have you ever cut your own hair? Have you ever won a contest or competition? And what school subject always came easy to you? So our first question during that sprint, I put up, have you ever cut your own hair? For me, I did when I was very young, and I cut my bangs, or I gave myself bangs or cut my bangs, something like that. And I don't remember it being a complete catastrophe. It wasn't great, obviously, but it wasn't, super horrible. So that is the only time I've ever cut my hair. I don't trust myself to cut my hair, honestly, and I really just like that self-care time. So there we go. So let me know if you all have ever cut your hair and how it turned out. I also got a little bit of, I did have to answer a few emails and a few text messages for work. But after that, I got the rest of this part of Rose's hair done, and then a row and a half over here. It looks like this should take no time, but cross stitching actually takes quite a bit of time to see a lot of progress. My Nana, when she was alive and I was younger, quilted a lot. And so she taught me how to sew and how to quilt. And my mom taught me how to cross stitch. And I love both. I love quilting and I love cross stitching for different reasons. But my Nana always said she hates cross stitching because she doesn't see progress fast enough. So, and she also always had this thing where she would cut and piece her fabric during the summertime and piece it together and sew it together, and the top layer, and then she always hand quilted her quilts. She was phenomenal at it, and she always hand quilted her quilts, but she always told me she cut and pieced and put together her fabric in the spring and summer, and then in the fall and winter she quilted it, because she could lay the blanket over her, the quilt over her while she quilted, and it would keep her warm. So that always sticks in my head: piece in the summer, quilt in the winter. And then I restrung a few skeins of floss that were sort of willy-nilly and not on bobbins. So that's what I did. Oh yeah, and then I talked about the book. All right, so here's what we picked up last. Rouge was telling us that Going 17 is really funny. If you like funny, unserious, chaotic groups, then you'll like them. Cheers to Christina. So maybe it's time for some hydration too with the squad girls. If anyone will be starting Going 17, I'd recommend you start in 2020, okay? Because that's where the variety show part really starts, because it started as a series of vlogs, but halfway through 2019, that's when they started doing variety show stuff, and it's so good. I might be biased, but it's a fun, chaotic time. I love it. And then I was just linking Shauna's sprints. I don't know if she's still sprinting right now or not, but that was or is her sprint. And then Marcella started, I think, also at 8, maybe 9. I can't remember. Nicole started at 9, and then Aubrey started at 10 with me. So each sprint, I'll pop in who's sprinting at that time, and that way you guys can hop over and say hi if you want. And it's funny, when I read this question, you were the first person I thought of. Hermie cut their own hair. Now that you just shave it off, but when I was a kid, I cut the hair of the child that my mom used to child mind for. I was a terrible child. Oh, that's funny. I can't remember if I ever cut my brother's hair or not. I can't remember. Heck yeah, I'm cutting my own hair. Really? Welcome, Linda, too, by the way. Okay. That's brave. But I mean, if you know what you're doing, I'm sure it comes out fine. But welcome to the chaos, Linda. And yay for cutting your own hair. That's amazing. Olivia started cutting and dyeing their own hair in 2020 and decided to let the gray show, so I don't dye my hair anymore. I'm not quite there yet, obviously. I mean, I have gray hair, but I'm not quite ready to just let it roam free. But I think I absolutely love when women have just like a gray streak. I think that is so gorgeous. Just a gray, tuft of hair in the front or a streak. I'm like, that's how I want to gray. Or completely stark white. It's gorgeous to me. But I have a friend that I actually used to babysit her children, and that's how her hair is graying. There's like 2 almost highlights here, and then the rest of it's just sort of salt and peppered in, but that streak in the front is just so pretty. Christina trims her own hair. I miss going to the salon because I love getting my hair done, but it's expensive. Yeah, so I used to have a friend in my neighborhood that did my hair, and that's how I started the purple underneath. And then he went on to live his best life and is now doing oil paintings for a living. And so I've been going to him for years, like years. And I was so sad when he stopped doing hair. And then I found somebody else who was in school, and she was phenomenal, but she hasn't quite figured out what she wants to do post-school. And then I found somebody else who the salon I went to, they charge like a la carte. So there's like a basic haircut and a basic hair dye. And then anything like if you get highlights, there's a basic highlight package, but it only includes like 20 highlights. So then after that, they add a la carte after that. So like for me, when I got the purple and the highlights, for every bottle of toner after one, they charged me extra. Or for every bottle of whatever after one, they charged me extra. And it ended up being, so where Rex was doing, like I could get in and out with him, even with the purple in like 3 hours. That last place I went was almost 6 hours. and double what he charged. So that was a trippy day for me. And then this last person I went to was more reasonably priced for what I'm used to anyway, and did a really great job, good on time. I think my mistake was how I communicated how blonde I wanted to go. And I was sitting in the chair. I sent Cori a picture. Actually, Cori took a picture of me at an event we had. And it wasn't too long after I got it done. And it looked like I had a head full of gray hair. And I'm starting to tell, like, especially after I take a shower, my hair feels almost brittle. And so I think I'm going to tell her to tone down, like back off the blonde just a smidge, back off the bleach just a smidge. Because I really, more than anything, I don't like the way my hair feels right now. More than I like the way it looks for the most part, but I think I'm going to stick with her for now. She's more reasonably priced. The timeline is good, all of that. So, but yes, they can be incredibly expensive. Christina did some sprint hopping and drank some coffee. Also made the bed. That is one thing I cannot get myself to do consistently, is make the bed. For some reason, I just don't see the point, but I get the point. I just don't see the point. Olivia would, should cut their hair because it's long now and my son really likes it long. So I decided to stay like this for a little more. I always tell my hairdressers, I like long hair better too, for me. And I always tell my hairdressers, I want it long enough that when I have it in a ponytail, when I'm running, I want to feel the swish when I run. That's kind of my bar. I'm sorry if you can hear the dog barking. He loves being outside. He doesn't care how cold it is, how hot it is. Like, literally, he doesn't care. But he's a part beagle, half beagle, and he just howls all the time. But I'm trying to keep him outside as long as I can, because I know once the snow and ice and stuff starts, he's not going to want to go in. So I'm going to tell my husband to let the dog in real quick. Christina, hold on, Christina, sorry. I'm trying to tell my husband to please let the dog in. Christina would love to quilt, but I do crochet squares in the summer. Okay. And then put them together in the winter. Also, I like to start blankets in the summer and then finish in the winter, non-squares. Yeah. I admire people that can crochet, and knit and all that. That's one of those things that doesn't make sense in my brain either. And I bought the cutest little book about, crocheting, like Disney themed things. And I want to do them so bad, but it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. I can't get it. But, God, there's this giant, like, bull mastiff dog that he is like freaking out over. Hold on. Let me go get the dog. Pause. Okay, sorry about that. There was a huge bull mastiff walking down the street, and my husband couldn't grab Charlie, so I had to go help. That they have the cutest Disney patterns in there, but I don't know. I just can't grasp it. So maybe that's something I'll recruit Cori to help me with once school's over. But I love the look of it, and it seems like mindless. Like, you can multitask with it and all that. But that's cool that you have that cadence, a similar cadence too. Cori used to cut out hair ties when they got tangled because I didn't care. Also, you never tell me my gray streak is gorgeous. Oh, your gray streak is gorgeous. Next time, I got you. But okay, to be fair, actually, no, that's not even true. I was going to say, to be fair, most of the time you have your hair up, but that's not true. So that's my bad. Next time, I got you. I'm going to make it dramatic too, just to make you feel uncomfortable. Hello to Linda. Yes, Linda, welcome in. I'm so excited you're here. Tell me what you did that sprint, Linda, or what you're working on, what you're reading, what you're doing. Livia's mom and grandmother had the strip of white hair. I started like that, but I have so much more now. Yeah, I guess that's the way it goes, right? Hair salons are very expensive, and I should go too often, but I don't really like the experience. Oh, too much noise and strong smells. I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the smells can be overwhelming. And I honestly never thought about it that way, that environment. I don't know why I just never thought about it, but I could see that environment being very overwhelming and overstimulating. So I don't know where you are, but here we have people that will come to you, like they'll bring like a portable chair thing, and could that be an option too, to have someone come to you? Or like I went to someone that does it in their house. But if you don't like the smells and stuff, that may not help. Shauna was on her last sprint at 11:30. Okay, so probably still going. And I'm still editing away. Yay! Shauna never cut their own hair, but I am not brave enough to try. Same. When I was a child, my aunt's friend used to do it, as she's a hairdresser, but now my dad cuts it for me. Oh, wow. Nice. That's awesome. Shauna, you're in school too, right? I know you work, but you said are you in school too? You may not even be here to answer that, but Shauna dyed their hair red at the ends. Oh, when Shauna dyed their hair red at the ends, her dad did it. Did not trust myself at all with my own hair. Yeah, my niece, my best friend's daughter is 12, and she's getting into dyeing her hair. And, of course, they started out with Kool-Aid and the Kool-Aid dip and, semi-permanent, temporary kind of stuff. My friend was like, I don't trust her to do it herself. So she's gotten progressively to the point where she's taking care of it somewhat now, I think. So she's letting her get it dyed professionally and all that. But I wouldn't trust myself to do my own hair. I don't even trust myself to like do my own eyebrows and stuff like that, let alone cut or dye my hair. But kudos to anyone that can. That's a skill I don't possess. No, I want to do it myself. I want you to teach me. Because there's aerial socks, and there's like this little tink thing, and I want to learn. That was very pouty. Oh, goodness. So Shauna is going to start reading The Therapist by B.A. Paris. You have a very lofty reading goal for this weekend, my friend. I actually have one of the Dilemma. I own that book from B.A. Paris. Let me know if you end up liking that one, because I may add that one to my list. It's been sitting on my shelf for way too long. The white gray streaks in the front used to be called witch's locks. Oh, so there you go, Cori. You have a witch's lock. Hermie's got me on mute as I'm on the phone with my son. Perfect. Life is doing its thing. It's okay. Come back when you can. Let us know if we can help. Hello, Erica. Erica's new here. The snow is coming down outside, and I just sat down with The Shining. Oh, Erica. Erica. I am so excited for you. I've only watched the movie, which I know is probably very different. But please let us know how you're liking The Shining. I really want to read that this October. Because I love Jack Nicholson, and I love The Shining. Please let us know how you're liking that one. Now, if you look that up, you will find a game or something and dreadlock pieces for kept. Oh, interesting. Welcome to Erica. The smells are strong. Probably good that I can't afford to go, but still love having my hair washed or just a really good head massage. Yeah, we have blowout bars here where I am, and you can just go get your hair washed. And actually, we have a whole like salon type thing dedicated to head massages here now. Like that's all they do is head massages here. They'll wash and dry your hair and then just give you a 30-minute head massage. It's like a whole thing now. In Italy, there are people that work from home or they go to your home, but they're working without paying taxes. And I don't want to give my money to them. That's fair. That is fair. Erica says hello to Christina. See you on. Yes. Christina is our sprint goddess. She hops in everyone's sprints, says hello, reminds us to hydrate, reminds us to check our laundry. She is the gatekeeper of our spreadsheet, sprint spreadsheet Bible, booktube Bible. Christina is amazing, and I think we would all be lost without Christina. So you will see her in almost everyone's, I would say 99% of the sprints that you hop onto, you will see her hop in at some point. That's dedication. That is amazing. Crafty Girls Night, here we come. Yes, but it has to be after grad school because I can't start it, and then has to be after July. Maybe that's a fall. Ooh, maybe that's a fall Gilmore Girls watching Crafty Girls Night. We can have a knit-a-thon. There you go. We'll have a knit-a-thon. Or at least most of them. That's the same as it is here. Just got back, wanted to finish this episode. It's so good. I'm really excited to check this out. You've really hyped this up. I might put it on the TV at the next sprint and see how we get along. That's cool. Cori calls it their swamp with streak. So that tracks. Swamp with streak. Am I saying that right? Swamp with streak. It's a vibe. It fits you though. Fits your personality. Yeah, studying psychology and business. I only have 4 months of university left. Yay! That's so exciting. I did psychology too, and I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I'm so excited for you, Shauna. So excited for you. And yes, Christina is fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. I don't know how she does it all. Yes, Erica, I am on a few of them from time to time, 5 right now. It's amazing. Like, I mean, you don't always stay on all of them, which is great because you spread the love and make sure everyone has somebody to pop in. I think it's great. You do a great job. I actually do go to some that I just lurk into. So even if you don't see me, I'm probably there unless I'm sleeping, which does not happen often. Yeah, she pops in at least at some point on almost all of them. Swamp Witch. Oh my gosh. I was like, I don't understand what a swamp streak is. Swamp Witch. I'm not commenting anymore. No comment. Oh, goodness. Swamp Witch streak. Okay, that makes more sense. Had to restart this part in the game. I'm playing 3 times. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I'll figure it out. Wait, I also had to restart this part in the game. Oh, in the show you're watching? Yeah. All right. I was thinking, oh yay, Hermie's back. I was thinking an hour this time. But let me know if that's cool with you guys, because that'll put us till 12:45 or so. And then I'll give me an opportunity to grab some lunch too, and check on the boys. And they have a remote learning day today for our impending ice storm. So I just need to check in on them, make sure they're good, and maybe grab some lunch and that sort of thing. Oh, good. Okay, good. That'll give you a time to settle in and refocus. Perfect. I'm playing Persona 5 on Nintendo Switch. Nice. So Bree from the Booktrovert plays Switch on her Switch a lot too during sprints. So you guys, if you don't know Bree from the Booktrovert already, you guys can probably share Switch stories. And Cori does too. Cori plays on the Switch too. An hour is good. Perfect. All right. So let's spin our wheel. See what I'm going to do. I think it's this one. Share. Yep. And all right, little penguino. What are we going to get? Diamond painting. Okay. That's exciting, actually. So I can listen some more, check a few emails. Let me show you what I'm going to be doing. I received this. It's in here, I think, as a gift over the holiday. And it's so cold here that I think this is appropriate. Let me stop sharing this. This is what I'm going to be working on. This little beach scene. Makes one. So we'll set the timer for an hour. I am going to go take a potty break, and we'll get into this bad boy here while I listen to... Oh, I forgot. Hold on 2 seconds. This is the book I was talking about, Burn After Writing. And it's got questions in here. Like it gave you at the very beginning, like rules. That's not the rules. Hold on, let me find it. Yeah. I will answer relentlessly. I will use the power of magical random. Basically, like you flick through and pick a question. And then you had to sign that right here, that I pledge my allegiance to the cult of the burn after writing. And there's just like questions in there, random questions in there that you answer about yourself or whatever. And she it's pretty cool. So, and then, you do with it what you will, but the intent is to be overly honest with yourself about it. And burning it after writing is maybe a part of that. But no, you don't actually have to burn it after writing it. It's called Burn After Writing. You don't actually have to, but if you want to. And I got to figure out something with this hair while we're at the next sprint. But no, you don't have to. It says in there, it actually talks about that. It says, hidden in the secret compartment of your world, for your eyes only, a place where you can speak your own truth freely beyond any concern for how it might be viewed by others. And then it says, somewhere it says, burn it, store it, whatever you want to do with it. But it's just what it's called. That's just the name of the little journal. Burn After Writing. It's a cool concept. All right, my friends, let me reset this really quickly. I'm going to present my focus. And how do I do this again? Focus timer. Let's do 60. And let's do a rainy lo-fi. Oh, wait. That might actually have sound. If that doesn't have sound, then Welcome back. Oh, that was a good one. How did everybody else get along? I got some work emails taken care of. Checked in on the boys. I did not have lunch. I'm still quite full from breakfast, actually. Oh, I just hit my funny bone. I got some of this diamond painting done. Sorry, hold on, let me stop presenting. I always forget that. So I got this beachy part done here. I really like this. It's actually on wood, which based on the box, I don't know what I did with the box. Here it is. That probably should have been obvious, but when I opened it and it's like on really decent, like 1/4 inch balsa wood, I'm assuming, like that's pretty cool. And then it came with the string to hang it, the little baggies for the extra diamond pieces, and it came with this thing. And I'm assuming it says micro pack enhanced PE sheets. I'm assuming this is to like put over a part that if you've maybe taken off the film and need to recover it. But I'm really liking this so far. It's turning out, I've only done a tiny bit, but it's cute. It's really cute. Cori and I had talked at one point about bedazzling like some books, and we talked about doing like House in the Cerulean Sea, and I can't ever figure out like which way to touch. House in the Cerulean Sea, maybe Akatar would be a really pretty one. And I've been trying to figure out like what am I going to do with the extra diamond pieces that I have. And even though people are bedazzling with like sparkly beads, I think it would be cool to use them for that as well. And then in my book, I got to almost 70%. I have just under 3 hours left in that. I'm still liking it. I think for me right now, it's a 4-star. It's not like riveting, and it's not like earth shattering. Although, to be fair, it's not earth shattering, but also to be fair, I just finished Evelyn Hugo, and I think I think that's one of the best books I've ever read in my entire life. And so nothing else is going to be comparable right now. So it is good though. It's a solid book. It's light. I won't say it's light per se, but it's easy. So anyway, and then my question was, have you ever won a contest or a competition? I have not. I've never exclusively won. I've won like drawings before, like when I was at the last CrossFit gym I was a member of. We had if you went to the gym, every time you went for a class, you put your name in a hat and like in the drawing, and I won a really nice Yeti tumbler. That was like the big prize of the holiday party, and I won that. But nothing extravagant. So we'll see. Maybe one day I'll get lucky. And then I wanted to check in on reading goals, but let's get through some comments first. So Linda, no, she has not won a competition or a contest yet, but still hopeful. That's exciting. I think we have to be hopeful. um, okay, so I had put a link for Leslie Sprints, which was books, Gers and Purrs. And this is, I deleted it, but this is Christina telling us that it's changed to 11 p.m. And so I did go back to the spreadsheet and confirm. Not that I didn't believe you. That's not what that is at all. But just to make sure there was no one else at 11 o'clock that was sprinting. And the next one up is at 1 o'clock. So that's just her saying she's updating the spreadsheet, which she does, something she does very well. And so I'll put in the next ones at the next chat, the next sprint. And then Bree popped in, who's at her mom's, about to go to lunch, but hitting the like. Thank you so very much. Oh, let's hydrate with the girls. It actually, like, it's interesting because, like, so our book club was supposed to meet tonight, our neighborhood book club, and Bree is in our neighborhood, and I convinced her to join our book club, and most everybody lives. So our neighborhood's really large, and it's 2 separate sections. 3 of us live on the same corner, and then the rest of us, except for one person, live in the neighborhood, just in different parts of the neighborhood. And so we were struggling with whether to keep it tonight, because the weather up until then had been mostly snow and then ice overnight, but they've changed it to snow through like 6 p.m. our time, and then it's converting to freezing rain and ice, like I was saying earlier. And the commentary that's circling right now is that it's going to be of glacier proportions, so very thick, very dense. It'll be snow, rain, ice, and so that's kind of what our weather guru here now is saying. So we've moved it, and I always am like, I want everybody to be there, and I want everybody to be safe. So I'm kind of glad that we changed it, and I'm glad that Bree and her crew are going to be safe and sound where they're going. So let's see. Oh, you're fine. No worries, Hermie. We'll be here when you get back. Rouge watched half of an episode, enjoyed, or also played a bit of the video game. I finally got past the part I was stuck on. Nice. So I'm a huge Disney fan. So this is my Peter Pan shelf here. I've got Tink and Wendy, and this is actually a Peter Pan Loungefly purse that I bought specifically for the shelf, and then sort of an interesting version of Peter Pan. It's glittery and all that. And then this, I'll get this way. This section here is my Disney villains section. Now that's Snow White, and she clearly is not a villain, but these are the villain retellings, these here. And then these are basically like rewrites. So that one at the top, I'm going to get this right one day. Y'all watch. I'm going to be unstoppable when I figure this out. This one here is the retelling of Beauty and the Beast. This one here is Peter Pan, and this one here is I don't know. It says Go the Distance. Maybe that's Mulan. But anyway, so then these are my villain ones. So that I've got Cruella, Snow White, or the Evil Queen, the Beast, Ursula, and the evil stepmother from Cinderella. So anyway, I love Disney. And in fact, after I finish this Golden Girls cross stitch, I'm going to be doing a Disney villain mugshot piece where it's all the Disney villains. There's like 12 guys and 12 gals villains. And their mugshot number is the year their movie was released. It's so cute. I'll have to show you guys a couple of them. While I'm talking, I'll pull it up, but that's going to be my next piece. Anyway, I promise there's a purpose. So I wanted to start playing Dreamlight Valley, which is a Disney Switch game. It's not just on Switch, but you can get it on Switch. And I was fumbling with the controls. I couldn't figure out the controls. And, of course, my kids are like, okay, oldie, like, it's not that hard, but it was hard. And then I was trying to play on my iPad and it was even worse. So I was like, you know what? Once I'm finished with school, I will get back on that and figure that out. But for me, it's frustrating when I get stuck somewhere where I'm like, I just don't want to do it anymore. So kudos to you for pushing through. That was such a tangent for me to say good for you for pushing through. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. And then we have Livia, who I'm trying to find this really quick. Oh wait, here we go. So this is one of the two mugshot, one of the three actually mugshot villains that we do. And this chick here is my absolute favorite. I absolutely love her. I'm telling you, when I figure this out, watch out, world. She's from the Rescuers, and she's my favorite. But anyway, it's super cute. I'm super excited. Livia listened to 4 chapters of Iron Flame. Are you doing that with Bree and Vanessa, the read along to get ready for Onyx Storm? Never won for skills, but a couple times I was lucky. Here, sister. Here. Christina redid her to-do list. That's amazing. I'm telling you, I love a list. I love a checklist. I love a list. I love it all. And I will redo to-do lists just for the heck of it. Gotta love whiteboards. Got dressed, decided on dinner, about to send hubby off to the mines and feed the younger one for some lunch. It's funny, Christina, he popped up on my suggested people on Instagram. And I was just scrolling through it, like, how I'm pretty sure it was Instagram. And when it popped up, it just said Charles, Uncle Daddy. And I almost spit my water out. It just threw me off that it just threw me off. And I know that's what, you call him. And it just threw me off, and it was hilarious. And my husband was like, what are you laughing at? I was like, you wouldn't understand. Cori won a statewide art show when I was in kindergarten, crushed a bunch of high schoolers' art with my weird little clown. Oh my gosh. Please tell me you still have that clown. Please tell me. What kind of, doesn't matter. I won whatever competition you won. I won a school talent show. It was for children in need, and I sang something nice. I don't remember what, but I won that. That's awesome. I try to pretend like in the shower and in the car, I sing like a rock star, but that's only when the music was really, really loud and no one else is around. And it's got to be hip hop. But that's awesome. Congratulations. I have some Disney villain romances. I'm not home in that moment, so I don't remember the titles, but basically what if the villain got the girl? Yeah, type of romance book series. I heard they're dark romances, and that scares me, but I want to read The Lion King, one that's about Scar. Ooh, I would be down for some dark romance Disney villain books. If you think about it, shoot me a message and let me know what they are, because I would be interested in checking those out too. I do like the ones where, and in fact, these might actually be the ones that I'm thinking of. Yeah. So like this one is Beauty and the Beast, and it's what if Belle's mother cursed the beast. And then this one is, these are all going to fall. Please don't fall. This one is Straight On Till Morning. What if Wendy first tried? What if Wendy first traveled to Neverland with Captain Hook? And then this one is, this one, what if, this is, oh my gosh, I can't think of it now. What if Meg had to become a Greek god? So yeah, similar concept, but I would, if you think about it, send me a message and let me know what those dark romances are. That sounds really cool. I'm sorry you have to see my backside. Hold on. Okay. But I like those retellings where it's like changing the course of what they're supposed to be. Shauna read dinner and had 10 pages. Had dinner and read 10 pages. Livia says, yes, hopefully I'll finish it before the 21st so I can read Onyx Storm. Nice. Yeah, I think they have, maybe this weekend they have sprints coming up for that. Let me look. No, maybe it's not this weekend. Because this weekend it looks like it's Winterween. I know she's got some more. Oh, no, she did the second book last weekend. And then I think they're doing Onyx Storm on the 21st. Perfect. Which is, looks like that's a Tuesday. Because they're doing Host for Pros Baby Dragon Cafe on the 18th and 19th, which I'm actually very excited about reading that book. It's much thicker than I expected it to be, but it's okay. I know the first book is called Hook. Oh, okay. I do remember those. I'm going to write that down so I don't forget. Okay, I do remember those. I'm just writing that down. All right. Yes, I think that's in response to the Disney villain thing. It's so fun. They should be on KU. Even better. And Neva is reading them. Awesome. Neva reads everything. I also call him Steve, but yes, that was one of those call out all the names before you find the right one. I was talking about him to my son and my niece, just came out scrambled. That's hilarious. And the fact that you shorten it to Cud is just like perfect. How did those I know I totally read that wrong. The Never After series by Emily McIntyre. Oh, cool. Look at you, Cori. I need to figure out how to make people have wrenches. And I need to figure out Nightbot. We're here making notes for myself. And then, yes, that is the series. Thank you very much. Anyone else find their bedhead part? Oh. Anyone else find their bedhead hair is part of their identity? Currently, I am at the Heat Miser. And yes, the song is playing over and over in my head. I feel like that today. Like, that's why I keep fidgeting. Because I feel like my bedhead has never gone away. And I sleep on this side and my back. And so usually when I wake up in the morning, it's like this. Or like this part will be pushed over this way into some sort of like something. That's why I keep fidgeting with it. Because it's like, I feel like it's not going away. But I don't love the way I look with it up all the time. So anyway, yes, I do feel like it's part of my identity. And then sometimes I come downstairs with like just a hood of a hoodie on. Not just, but with the hood of a hoodie. I'll come downstairs like this. And my husband will be like, rough night, huh? Shut up. It's just my hair. Anyway, fun times. Remembering to hydrate. Cheers. I'm still drinking coffee, y'all. I'm sorry. Check the laundry. I am so Vanessa's running at 5, and I am planning to read during the sprints, but then during her chatty bits, because her chatty bits tend to be a little bit longer, I'm going to tackle my mound of laundry to put away. And we sometimes, this is so corny, y'all, but I don't care. We sometimes, so when the socks come out of the dryer and they don't match anymore because the dryer goblins have gotten them. Every kid has, or we have 4 people in our family. Every person has like a separate like box that we put their like rogue socks in. And so we have what we call sock parties, and the kids hate it and they roll their eyes and they think it's stupid. But basically, like, here's your box of socks, like match them up. And then of course my teenager just like dumps all his in his sock drawer, and it makes me tick. But so that's what I'm planning on doing. Tackling my amount of laundry and mini sock parties while she chats. Okay, so it's 1:10. How long do you guys want to go today? I said I was going to do a reading update. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. So my TBR for January was 5 books. Yes, I do. I was going to say I don't have my planner out here, but I do. It was The 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, which I read and gave it 1,000,000 trillion stars. Wicked, The Baby Dragon Cafe, Little Women, ACOTAR, and Isaac's Song. So that's what, 6. I've only read Evelyn Hugo. I had to have that done by today for book club, but I finished it last weekend. I need to have Wicked done by the 13th or 14th for a video I'm doing. Baby Dragon Cafe will be read next weekend. And then the rest of them, Little Women, ACOTAR, and Isaac's Song, by the end of the month. What I'm thinking, and so clearly I'm behind because I've only read 1 out of the 6. So I really want to get another one done this weekend. And it probably makes the most sense for me to get Wicked done this weekend. Just for timing purposes. I have to sneeze. But I was thinking about, and I don't remember who was talking about this, that I was like, I'm doing that. I want to write down my TBR every month. And if I read outside that, whatever. But of the books on my TBR every month, I think I'm going to do Reindeer Readathon in December in kind of a challenging way. So like, I want to take all the books that I didn't read that I was supposed to read that month and try to get them read in December. If I don't have any left, great, because then I can just pick what I want. But I want to use the books that I have left over from my TBRs every month throughout the year and make them work for Reindeer Readathon. And make it a little bit challenging for myself. So that's the plan. And I really do need to get Wicked done this weekend because I have that video that I'm trying to get out by the 15th. And then, like I said, Baby Dragon Cafe will be the following, the 18th, 19th. So anyway, I guess my question for you guys while we're sprinting is, how have and I did, my reading goal this year is 80, which is lofty, but it's okay. I'll make it happen somehow, some way. So I guess my question for you is, we're 10 days into the month. How's your reading goal going? Are you able to pace yourself like you need to? Have you changed things up? What does it look like? Tell me what you got going on. All right. So how long do you want to sprint is a question. And then I'm going to read a couple of these comments and then we'll get this show on the road. Rouge always has their hair in a ponytail because it's so long and thick and it annoys me. I know after I had my hair was so thick when I was younger. And then after I had kids, it's very, very thin. And like my ponytail is like this big now. It actually makes me very sad, but I miss my thick hair. But I used to always have my hair in a ponytail, and I do a lot now. But since I'm on camera so much for this and for work, mostly work, I don't love the way it's so cosmetic, but I don't love the way I look with my hair up, that I love the way it feels. So like when I go inside and I'm done here, like my hoodie comes off and I just have like a tank top on and my hair goes up and I just don't care. But as long as I'm on camera, like I really kind of want it to be down, but it annoys me. Like I think that's part of why I'm fidgeting too. But, and I noticed that it was causing the underneath of my hair to start breaking more. So I try to keep it down as much as I can, but I have to have it long because I need to feel the ponytail sway when I run. I'm Mr. Green Christmas. I love it. Christina braids it at night before bed, but what this is, I have no idea. Oh, that's hilarious. Shauna is going to go rest her head as she has a headache. Thanks for the sprints. No problem. Please get some rest. And I'm sure we'll see you this weekend at some point. Phil Brina, I can't speak today. Feel better, Shauna. Christina says, feel better, Shauna. Well, hey, Ashley, how are you? Welcome in. We are getting ready to go to another sprint. My question is, how long do you want to sprint this time? We can do another hour if you want. We can do 75 minutes. Whatever you guys want to do is fine. We probably have time. If we do an hour, take us to 2:15. We actually might have time for 2 more if we do an hour, but whatever you guys want to do is fine. I can go a little bit past 4 if we need to. It's not a huge deal. Since my word for 2025 is balance, I'm trying to get things done in the morning, read through the afternoon. When my son is done with school, we are trying to catch up on shows and sprinkling in crafts. I initially read this as, since my word for 2025 is Blanche, like from Golden Girls, and I thought, you go girl. But it's balance. And I love this. I love a schedule. I love this. I want to check in on you later in the year and see how that's still working for you. But I love that plan. You've got a cadence to it. It works. I love it. Sprinkling crafts throughout, but so far not much reading, and that's okay. It absolutely is okay. You do a lot, Christina. You do a lot with your family and your community and with us, and so it's okay that there's not much reading, but just make sure that you're taking care of yourself too. Rouge wants to try and read 25 novels and 25 manga because last year I was in a huge reading slump, but manga helped me get through that. This year I want to read more novels because the slump is gone. Whoop, whoop. My niece really wants to read manga, but she is 12 and wants to read grown-up manga. And my friend doesn't always, unfortunately, has looked at the covers and assumed it was appropriate. Heartbreaker. But it's not been. And so she has asked me to start sending her recommendations that are appropriate for my 12-year-old niece. So I found one at Ollie's a couple of weeks ago when I was shopping with Cori and sent it to her. So we'll see. Trying to get my house back and the things done I was behind on so I can focus on whatever I'm reading. Perfect. I didn't think a messy house used to bother me as far as like distracting me until we were able to keep things really, really clean for a really long time, meaning this year. 10 days is not a long time, but for us to not have to always be picking up something is a long time. And I've found now that it actually does impact me when things are not clean and, not like stuff everywhere. Livia's word is balance too. Perfect. Ashley, I'm good. Next sprint, I'll probably tidy up my home. Perfect. I hope that it doesn't take you very long and you have some time to relax and read. I'm driving home and it's not snowing yet. Cori, running a few errands before it picks up, going to Five Below to get a snow day craft. Well, go to Michael's and get this. It's not snowing here. So Cori's work is like 15 minutes away from me. I mean, it's coming soon, I'm sure, but it's not snowing here, just so you know. Love Blanche. I still think Rose and Sophia are my faves. I absolutely love Sophia. I don't remember if it was Sophia or Dorothy, but one of them said, and Cori will be able to tell me, but one of them said, "Go to sleep, sweetheart, and pray for brains." And this week itself, I told Cori, I don't know that I've encountered anyone since I've been back to work. I'm not sure I've encountered many people that went to sleep New Year's Eve and prayed for brains. And it has driven me crazy. An hour is good. In January, I slowed with the reading, but I caught up with the TV show that I wanted to see. Perfect. What is the show? Squid Games. I know my husband and my older son are watching this. I just can't do it. I can't stomach it. I'll send you a list of what Aubrey likes. Although never mind. That's not internet appropriate. I'll send you a list of what Aubrey likes. She loves. Well, you were with me when I found that book, friend. I saw the first and second season. Perfect. How are you liking the new season? There's lots of manga that might look innocent and child-friendly, but they're not. Yeah, she learned that very, very quickly. She called me one night and she was like, "Did you know that this book was like that?" And I said, "Yeah." And she's like, "It's a cartoon cover." And I was like, "Doesn't matter." It was a graphic novel. I think Cori reminded me of that. But I was like, "It doesn't matter." And she's like, I was like, if you are worried about it, which you should be, run it by me. Because I can tell you if it's going to be, and I mean, not that I'm like the expert, but enough of you all read stuff like that I know if it's going to be appropriate for 12-year-olds or if mostly, grown women are reading this stuff. Grown people are reading this stuff, not just women, but people. So now she'll call me and be like, "Hey, is this appropriate?" Yep, nope, whatever. And some of them are on the fence. Like, some people are okay with like a tiny, like high level bit. But yeah, she calls me every time now. Messy is subjective. Yep. I do love my creative chaos, but it has to be clean creative chaos. No, I feel you. I love organized chaos. I thrive in organized chaos, but when I'm dodging dog toys and especially shoes, when I'm dodging shoes, it makes me stabby quick. So yes, I'm with you on that. I thrive in organized chaos. No, don't. Listen, we get like part flurries and people freak out here. We're not built for the S word here. People think we're built for the S word. We have not a lot of northern transplants and they get frustrated with us who are not northern transplants and are not used to this. But everything will be shut down probably within the next hour and a half, which today, as it should be. But people get very in their head about it and think they can drive in this. See, we get ice down here, and people think that we should still be able to drive in that, and you can't drive in that. I don't care how many chains you have, how many four-wheelers you have, how much all-wheel drive you have. You cannot drive safely in an inch of ice. You just can't. My kids would love you forever if you did that, and I'm working from home, so I wouldn't care, but people freak out down here. I saw people talking about it everywhere and I had FOMO. That's why my current reading list is 7 books, because I get FOMO. And I didn't even add Quicksilver that I'm supposed to be reading with Hermit. And I didn't even add Thrones of Glass, which I'm also supposed to be reading with Hermit. I didn't even add those yet. like, yeah, it's a problem. I don't read manga, but Sheets looks cute. I don't read it either. I have a lot of respect for people who do, because again, it's like, it doesn't work for my brain. My kids used to love it. My kids were obsessed with Big Nate and Diary of a Wimpy Kid and stuff like that. And now Diary of a Wimpy Kid can be regular novels too, but like when they were Captain Underpants, like that kind of stuff, they loved it. And that really for them got them reading, which whatever gets you reading, I'm here for it. And so I had people that would tell me, oh, that's not, you can't let your kids read that. It's not reading, but it is reading. It's following a cadence, a left to right, if that's how you read, left to right. And it follows the sequence of events and the patterns, and they could tell me what happened afterwards and put it all together. And it really did help them to read all of this: manga, anime, cartoons, graphic novels, comic books, like all of that. These are only media to tell a story. They aren't an indication for what the story is about. Oh, perfect. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I mean, that's how they learned to read and learned how to put things in chronological order and all that. So it's totally fine. Well, hello there from Denmark. Welcome in. Random question. Hope it's okay. Absolutely. Do you make TBRs every month to make sure you read your yearly goal? So this year, yes, I did, because I have a physical book club that I'm in. So that's 12 books right there. I have a book club with the BookTube community that I'm part of, and that's 12 books. And then my neighbor and I read psychological thrillers every month. So that's 12 books. So that's 36 right there. And then my husband bought me for Christmas, he bought me a year subscription to Book of the Month. And I've also started collecting them here, the ones from the past. And so that's 12 books. So right there, that's 48. Physical book club, BookTube book club, my neighbor book of the month. That's 48 right there. And then, or 4 per month. And then I'm starting a YouTube series called Reading and Recipes. And what I do there is I take I love Gilmore Girls, and from the Gilmore Girls Rory's book list, I'm picking 2 books a month to read from her list, and then coordinating recipes, not that necessarily go along with the book, but that either have to do with the episode that book was in, or at least something from the Gilmore Girls seasons, that a recipe from that. So that's 2 more. So that's 6 a month. So 6 times 12 is 72. And then I just added on 8 because I usually have an audiobook going in my car when I travel for work. And so I just threw in another 8 just to make it a nice even round number. Now, not last year, but the year before, a couple years ago, honestly, my reading goal was 12. And that was only because I just wanted to get through every year, every book club book that we read, or at least something like that. And I've upped it as I've joined BookTube and been immersed with this community, because I've realized for myself that I love reading way more than I thought I did. And I'm have been trying really hard to expand my palette outside of psychological thrillers and historical fiction and literary fiction. So I'm reading, more dark romance and more fantasy and things like that, just to see if I like it and kind of get a taste for it. So this year, to answer your question specifically, yes, I do make sure I do a TBR every month to make sure that I'm reading everything that I've committed to for the book clubs and things like that. And then I just created my yearly goal around that. So hopefully that's helpful. But I'm no expert. I'm literally just flying by the seat of my pants with this. And this is when I decided to do this in December, it's what worked for me. So I know people like Shauna and Bree, sometimes Vanessa with Read with Dr. B. they are mood readers most of the time and don't necessarily make TBRs that they specifically adhere to. They make what they call piles of possibilities. And so, you have your list of books that you want to read. And honestly, it changes so much for so many people that I would say, based on what I've heard, more people than not don't stick to a TBR. It also, you have to throw in the fact that books come out all the time. And if I see a book that looks good, I might pivot. But I try not to, because I'm a little bit of a completionist and I like to finish what I started. But at the end of the day, if you do make a TBR and stick to it, great. If you don't, it's okay. It's not a big deal. I'm also really learning right now. I know this is long-winded. I'm sorry. I'm also learning to like audiobooks. I've really struggled with that, and it's getting better. It has to be something that's going to keep my auditory attention. If I find myself drifting off, I'll pause it for a while and maybe come back to it. Or if I feel like if I don't vibe with the narrator, that sort of thing. But I'm learning to get better at audiobooks for a number of reasons, but and it's just not for everybody, and that's okay. But also, physical reading isn't for everybody. Like, people that read 300 and 400 and 500 books a year, most of those are probably audio, and that's great because it's still reading. You can still tell the story, whatever. That's a whole nother tangent we could get on, but whatever works for you, works for you. And I'm a big proponent of, if you read one book a year, congratulations. I mean, if you read 1,000 books a year, I would love to know your secret, but still, congratulations. It's, and if you read pamphlets all day, cool, you're still reading. If you read manga, if you read comic books, if you read whatever you read, whatever makes you happy, read it. No sweat off my brow. And it makes you happy. We need more of that in this world, right? More happiness. Christina was in Texas and they shut down schools and stores and all the businesses. I was like, why? It's only oh, girl, we would be done at 2 to 3 inches. I was told we don't have plows. I was like, it's only 3 inches. Plows don't come out until there's at least 6. They've been salting the roads here for 3 days now. 3 days they've been salting, which I get it. Where I live is gigantic. It's a gigantic county. We have just under 1 million people just in this county. I mean, it's gigantic. So I get it. But I'm like, it's Wednesday. Why are we plowing? Why are we salting the roads? But, and again, a lot of it's because we get ice more than snow here. I love manga so much. I have started like 15 series. I love Bleach, Death Note, Attack on Titan, and Dark Moon, The Blood Altar. That's a graphic novel, but still. Christina, found out that the roads are made of different. Oh, interesting. So they're not asphalt in Texas? I guess not. If it's so hot, maybe that's an issue. Huh. I read many manga when I was younger, and then last year I found again my love for it. Isn't that awesome when you can like rekindle your love for something like that? That's amazing. Hello and welcome. I know, I'm so excited you're here and from Denmark. Fancy. I tried making TBRs last year, but I either read way more or nothing at all. Now I just read what feels right. Perfect. I mean, I would like to get to that point too. Again, like my brain doesn't work like that. And that's also why I do spinner wheels for most of the decisions that I make, because I have a really hard time. I need somebody to tell me what to do. Like I'm in leadership, so that's like not the reality of my world, but like with stuff like that, like just tell me what to read, or I'll put it in like these are all in the order of the month and year that they were they came out for book of the month. And so like when I start reading those, I'll read them in order. Like I feel I do better with that. But sometimes I'm like, I just don't feel like reading you today, so I'm going to read something else, and I just have to be okay with it. Last year, my goal was 15, perfect. And November, my friend passed, so I just had to focus on my well-being. It really rocked. Like I don't. It really rocked me. So my goal is 5 books this year and just have fun. I love that. Like I'm not old, but I'm at an age where like some people that I went to high school with have, I'm in my 40s, but like when you see people around your age start passing away, like it hits different. And I can't, like, it makes you think like, what happens if I lose my best friend or whatever? And it, like, that's why I had to pause, because it like that thought popped in my head. I'm so sorry. I definitely was a smart move to focus on your well-being, and do what is right for you. And TBRs can wait. Reading goals can wait. But if it makes you happy and it helps you process and it helps you grieve, then I think that that's a healthy thing for you to do. Rouge can't make a TBR because for me, it starts to feel like required reading and it gets less fun for me. That's actually why I got into a huge reading slump last year, because I was trying to force it. Yeah. That's why I was saying sometimes I'm like, I just don't feel like reading you today. I'm going to read something else, because your mood just doesn't hit right. Oh, wait, I skipped. Sorry. In Rome, we only have the S word 2 years in my life. So when it happened, right, that's us. Like, we don't get that like we did before. And our city is definitely more prepared than it has been in years past. But we definitely are not prepared like our northern state friends. It's hard to make a TBR as a library dependent. I can only read what's available at the time. Yeah. That's true too. Yeah. That like hitched me for a second. I love my library. One reason why the readathons with prompts drops are too stressful. I just can't go. And then the books are always there. Yeah. I really like Everand for that, and Kindle KU is gotten a lot better with their Kindle Unlimited. And I know that's author dependent, but if I can't find it on KU, I can find it on Everand or like Hoopla or something. But there are some that, especially the newer stuff, that you can't really find. They are cement and they are really light color. Here they are asphalt. That's what we have here, asphalt and tar. But I think here they expand and contract with the temperature, and I guess in Texas they don't, so the moisture just sits there and freezes. Oh, interesting. Huh. Yeah, definitely. Again, that hitched me for a second. Sorry about that. I don't know if I'll do readathons that drop prompts. They are fun, but also stressful. And it seems that I only read when I do them. And in 2025, I want to have balance between all my hobbies. Perfect. Yeah, the first readathon I did was Bia and Hermes Goddess Complex Challenge. And that was actually really fun. It was stressful because it was my first one and I wanted to do it perfectly. And I didn't finish it and I didn't do it perfectly. But it was fun because it helped me get out of my comfort zone with reading, with genre reading. And so I'll definitely, if Bia does that one again, I definitely will participate in that one. And then I liked the reindeer one because the prompts were there, but they felt very open-ended. And that was helpful too, for the most part. And that was helpful too, to not feel pigeonholed into, you have to find a purple book that starts with X that was published in 2019. Like, I don't know that I could do them that strict, but those two were, for me, were very good. Thank you, everyone. From Ashley. I set my goal at 52, which is one book a week, but if I manage to read more, then bonus. Absolutely. Yeah, we got it. We got what you were saying. Everand and I had a fight. I had a similar fight with Spotify. They would only let me read 1 to 3 books a month, and now they want me to pay extra for credits to read more. It's more expensive than Audible, and with Audible, I get to keep the books. Is it really? I thought Everand was like $12 or something, or $14 or something. The issue that I have with Spotify is I pay for Spotify Premium anyway because I listen to the music so much that I didn't want the ads. And then with Spotify Premium, they were like, "Oh, you can read audiobooks too." And I was like, "Heck yeah!" And um, then you realize that it's 15 hours a month, which for most things is great, but there's so many books that are longer than 15 minutes. 15 hours. And so what I find myself doing is if I have an audio outside of NetGalley that I want to listen to, I start there. And then when I run out of credits, I finish it with Everand or Hoopla or whatever. Or I spread it out so that I end it on the day before it resets if I can't find it somewhere else. So I'll spread it out that way. But yeah, that took a lot of people by surprise when you're, halfway through a book or whatever, and it's like, oh, just kidding. You are out of time, and here you can buy more time, which only gives you like another 10 hours or 5 hours or something. It doesn't even give you, there needs to be an upgraded tier, which I'm hoping. I provided feedback for this. They asked me for a survey, and I provided a suggestion to do a free version of Spotify where you get just the music with ads, a middle tier, which is what we have now, where you pay the premium and you get 15 hours, or have a third tier where you either get 30 hours or unlimited, however they want to do it. Because you also, well, that doesn't count towards that, I guess, but having a third tier for more, because a lot of these like high fantasy books, and like if I were to do Priory of the Orange Tree or even the ACOTAR series on that, it'd be more than 15 hours. So hopefully they'll consider it. Hopefully they'll listen to their feedback and consider that. But all right, we need to go to Sprint because I gotta use the bathroom. Now they want you to unlock more books, either 1 credit or 3 credits. Yeah. All right, I'm going to reset this time real quick, and then we can hop over to a Sprint. Let's see. How do I reset this, though? Focus timer. Maybe I just have to say it again. Oh, well. Well, it'll be 59 minutes and 42 seconds. Focus. All right, my friends. I'll see you in a little less than an hour. Be about 2:45 or so. 2:40 or so. Hello, welcome back. I realized that after I started this sprint last time, I didn't spin the wheel. So I did that and I got school. And my classes weren't ready yet. So I paid my balance, which I literally just had to close my eyes and hit submit because it's a large bill. And then I just emptied out my email, my school email, and filed some of that away. And then I diamond painted the rest of the time and listened to my book. And I got to 75%. So I definitely will try really hard to finish this tonight. And that way it's a NetGalley ARC advanced listener copy. And so I'll go ahead and do my review and do all that and request another one. And then probably while Vanessa's sprinting, I'll figure out what I'm going to read with her. But I got, so the book, I'm still really liking it. It's still a 4. There's some teeny tiny spicy scenes in it. It's definitely not too much. If your spice meter is low, you should be okay. If you decide to pick this one up, it's very minimal. And it's just very minimal, not detailed or anything like that. Definitely like Hallmark level spice. And then after I cleaned out my school email, I worked on this diamond painting a little bit more. I'm almost done. I've just got this much left of the white beach part. And I watched a couple of diamond painting videos because I'm very intrigued with what people do with the leftover drills. And just, I don't know. To me, it's very mindless and which is a good thing. I don't mean that bad, but it's mindless and enjoyable. So I did buy like a 12-pack of Disney princess diamond painting. It was definitely a can't sleep moment of weakness over the holiday break. So once I get through these little ones, I'll start on those. And I broke a nail, so that's been bothering me. But anyway, how'd you guys do? What'd you guys do? My question was, what school subject always came easy to you? For me, so through elementary or primary school and then middle school, which for me was grades 6 through 8, anything to do with writing came easy to me. Math was not a great subject for me. Science was not a great subject for me. I didn't mind biology though. And then when I got to high school, my sophomore year of high school, I took a psychology class and absolutely fell in love. And from then on, I've loved anything and everything psychology, mental health, psychiatry, all the above. So that's what came easy to me in school. Even in grad school, I'm finding that I did a long-term care course that was fun and kept my interest. Anything to do with people, honestly, was easy for me. All right, so this is where we ended up. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to update on, but I don't think there was. Let's hydrate, actually. Oh, I had lunch. The snow started to come down a little bit, and now it's stopped here. So my husband went out and grabbed lunch for everybody. He just swung through McDonald's, and so I had a McChicken. I eat my sandwiches weird. I only eat one piece of bread. I started that habit when I was pregnant with my youngest, and so I get a McChicken and a McDouble with no pickles, and because their pickles are sour to me, and I take half the bread off. So had that and got a Coke Zero, and then that's why I was off camera for a while, because I didn't want you guys to watch me eat. Would not have been a pleasant. I mean, I'm not like a messy eater, but watching people eat sometimes gives me the ick. And I don't want to do that to you guys. So anyway, no offense to anyone who eats on camera. It doesn't make me sick. I'm just saying. Anyway, cheers. I feel like I just put my foot in my mouth. All right. So we were talking about Spotify and how they only give you 15 hours when you pay for premium. And how there's so many books out there that are more than 15 hours. And also the thing about that is that if you speed it up, it still counts towards your 15 hours. Like, we thought we could trick the system and speed it up and get more time. You can't. And you also can't rewind, because it takes that time away. So if you rewind 30 seconds, it takes off 30 seconds. So you can't trick the system, unfortunately. They're smarter than we are with that, or at least they've caught on to us. And so Christina's saying that she has books that are more than 40 hours, and that's intense. 40 hours is a long time to listen to a book. But yeah, they're definitely long. You know what? I bet it is like 1,000 pages, 1,100 pages. I bet it would be close to 20 or 25 hours, I would think. And Krista joined us just in time for a sprint. Hello to Christina, the sprint queen. Yes, ma'am. We talked about that earlier, how she is the spreadsheet princess. But I like sprint queen better. Reading The Appeal and getting some laundry and stuff done around the house today. Is it a wintry mix where you are? I feel like I remember where you are, and I feel like you might be getting some sort of something. Livia had dinner, tortillas. I listened to another chapter cleaning the kitchen. How is it? You ate just tortillas? Did you have something with it or on it? I'm always interested to see, like, Coda and Nicole, and have this underwritten rule that we're very vocal about. They're very vocal about. But if you say you're having food, you have to say what food. And it's because they have people from all over the world watching their streams. I always love hearing what combos of things that people eat that are different from us. Vitani, am I saying that right? Vitani, a little over 50% with The Fall of the House of Usher. I think Bree read this book, and I can't remember if she liked it or not, but we talked a lot about it, and about I think there was a movie or a show that came out around this. Ooh, speaking of shows, is anybody watching the new season of Traitors? Traitors with Alan Cummings. Christina worked on the spreadsheet and watched a video. Perfect. I watched a diamond painting video. Katie with I'd Rather Be Reading mentioned, I think she and her crew do a lot of diamond painting, and she mentioned the Diamond Art Club. And so I am interested in that as well. So I watched a couple of videos on the Diamond Art Club just to see the difference in the little cheapo ones I get. I want to get an area set up in my house to do some diamond painting. It's a great activity while listening to audiobooks. Yeah. I normally Happy Color. Okay. Oh, that's the app, right? Where it's like digital colors. But that would get me off screens. Yeah. I ended up buying, so I don't know if it's the era that I grew up in, but I grew up in the Lisa Frank era, and I have an unhealthy obsession with pens. So I have a box, like a like a Sterilite Rubbermaid box. I'm trying to see if I can see how many quarts it is from here. Full of pens. And then this thing is full of pens. And so I'm obsessed with, I'm not obsessed, but I'm really hooked on these gel pens. And so I bought a set 2 Black Fridays ago that were dirt cheap. And then this Black Friday or Amazon Prime Day, I bought one that was like 100 and something, and it came with like extra refills and stuff. And so I bought these adult coloring books. I have one that's all Britney Spears, and a couple of other ones. And I really like coloring with those pens. But I've also seen the new ones that you do with the watercolor pens, markers that are unbelievable, where they do like the textures and all that stuff. But I used to do something similar to Happy Color at nighttime to just sort of calm my brain down. And a lot of booktubers I found do Happy Color. I think Brie does Happy Color, and sounds like you do as well. And then there used to be one that I was doing. I can't remember what it was called, but there was a daily one. I don't know if Happy Color does that too, where there's like a daily picture. And then you can like unlock different ones, but, and I don't have a huge space here that I'm working with. The girl that I watched the YouTube video, she has like a whole like organized, shelving system with like all the little, like these things right here, the trays. And I mean, it was next level. During that sprint, I read The Appeal, but then switched my laundry and checked on my crock pots. Now I'm adding a few books to Pango. Nice. Can you either send me or put your Pango link in the comments if you're comfortable? If not, don't worry about it. I have a hard time finding people that I know on Pango so that I can support people I know. But if you're not comfortable with it, don't sweat it. Or if it's actually, you know what, if it's linked in your YouTube thing, let me know that and I'll go get it from there. Okay, so what school subject always came easy to you? Was literature and history. I really like history now, but I wasn't a fan of it in school. I will say though, I remember, I think my junior year of high school, I had the most phenomenal history teacher. Like when we learned, like, for example, when we learned about Jane, what's her name? Not Jane. Anyway, she would come dressed up and she'd have props and skits, and I learned really well that way. So I really enjoyed her history class. I'm going to skip for a second. Krista, I was literally thinking in my head while I was talking about that history class, I forgot to ask Krista what was in her crock pot. So thank you for beating me to the punch. But it was it's going to bother me. Let me see if I can look it up real quick. I think her name was Jane. What was her name? I can literally like see her. It'll come to me. I'll think of it. But she was phenomenal, and that's really the only history. I think it was American history, and that's the only history class I can remember like really enjoying and being, involved in it and engrossed in and doing well. I loved history and social studies. English, especially grammar, was always easy for me, and art, of course. Grammar was easy for me too, but it's as an adult on the internet, it's very frustrating that I loved grammar so much because I want to fix everybody's grammar. I had this person that I was sort of battling with in a comment one time, and they were being just absolutely ignorant and just saying stuff just to say it. And I got so fed up that I finally wrote back something along the lines of, when you listen to your autocorrect, when you listen to the advice your autocorrect's giving you with your grammar, tag me again, or something like that. Like it was, I was so angry with what they were saying. And I was like, you know what? When you get your grammar under control, then we can talk. And I don't usually do that, like, because it's the internet and people are ridiculous anyway. But I was like, you know, come to me when you can speak to me properly. Oh goodness. Hello to Krista. I really enjoy you guys. I'm going to put you on the spot, Krista, but I really enjoy Chris's sprints too. I find you, and I don't know that I'm going to say this. I struggle with words sometimes, but I find your sprints to be wholesome and cleansing and just a really great, sorry, clearly I can't do two things at one time. A really great channel to be on for if I just need some comfort. I don't know the best way to say it, because like I said, words are a little difficult for me today, but hold on. And I can't do two things at one time, obviously. Not that everyone else I don't enjoy, but you're wholesome. I love that your channel is wholesome and light and fun and just a breath of fresh air. And I mean all of that positively, because it really just, I feel like I can breathe. When I see you pop up, I'm like, oh, okay, I can breathe a second. So I've popped her channel in the chat for you guys to check out. I have not done Happy Color in a bit. I'm going to check. I assume it's free. I'll have to check that out as well. I'm going to write that down too, because I will forget. Happy Color. I assume it's for Android and Apple. I have Apple, but I assume it's for both. Olivia does tortillas with chicken or minced meat. Today was minced meat with a mix of spices, guacamole, hot sauce, and jalapeno. Nice. My youngest son really likes taking, similar to what you're saying, quesadillas for lunch. And the other day I made a shredded cheese and it just sort of put everything, and I was also chopping bacon. And I just sort of put everything in a baggie all together. So it was like shredded cheese with like bits of bacon in it. And he wanted a quesadilla for lunch. And I was like, do you care if I use this with the bacon peppered in? He's like, yes, please. So I'll typically do like basic cheese quesadillas for them if we're doing it for dinner, and then just lay out all the shredded chicken or whatever it is, and, toppings and stuff, and just let them go to town. They love taco night, quesadilla night around here. My husband also uses bell peppers. I can't eat them at dinner anymore. Oh yeah, I love bell peppers too. I can eat them raw, but I get that. In one crock, I'm making shredded chicken for all kinds of things. Chicken breast with an onion soup packet. Oh, nice. I've also done this with a couple of bouillon cubes, and it turns out nice. And the other, I have white chicken chili. I made homemade cornbread croutons last night, and my family was like ravishing. And I mean, they were fine, but my husband was like, you need to make these when we have chili again. Or we do chicken tortilla soup, and he's like, you have to make those. So those would be good in white chicken chili too. History was a good one for me too. Mostly every class but the maths. Yeah. I did okay with algebra. My dad loved geometry, and he felt, to this day, he will tell you that that geometry is easier than algebra, which to me is no, it's not. But I always loved algebra. Now, once we got up into like calculus and all that, statistics and all that, no, but basic algebra was okay for me. But more of the language arts, the non-math, non-sciencey stuff was easier for me too. Yes, I agree. Yum. I bought a thing of chicken and like to cook it all at once. Half of each crock pot will go in the freezer. Nice. That's smart. My family doesn't love leftovers. I do, but my family, the rest of my family doesn't love it. So I need to start freezing stuff and just like taking it in my lunch when I go to work and heating it up. Krista says, math was easy for me until high school. I had an awful teacher who ruined it all. See, I feel like I've done that with my oldest. Like he always tells me he gets like PTSD a little bit when I talk about school because during COVID, it was really, really bad. And he didn't have a great teacher I'm sure the teacher was fine, but she wasn't as involved as she probably could have been with the remote learning during the pandemic. And it was all up to us. And like, I'm over here saying, I know how smart you are. I know you can do this. And he's like, I'm just sick of it. And so it was a little bit of it was a lot of a bit of a struggle. But we've learned sort of to how to communicate best when it comes to schoolwork with him now. And it's easier, I guess. He made people feel dumb for asking questions. That's the whole point of being in school, is to ask questions. After that half semester, I had enough math to graduate, so I was done. Good for you. Good for you for not like pushing yourself. And here's Chris's channel. And I'm well aware that I did not express that correctly, but I think wholesome, just feel good, it's the best way I know to describe it. It's great. I really enjoy when you sprint, and just so I was happy I stumbled upon your channel. All that's so kind of you to say. I'm glad that's the vibe you get. Makes me really happy to hear. Yes, ma'am. Some people I go to when I want to laugh. Some people I want to go to when I want like dedicated, like serious, heads down. And you, when I just need something to like help me breathe again, you're where I go. I have a recipe for pulled chicken. The barbecue sauce is made from carrots and molasses, but we tend to make it up to the point of pulling it and not add the sauce yet and then freeze it, because the seasonings used before the sauce are great for lots of other things like soup, enchilada, etc. So barbecue sauce, where I am, I'm in North Carolina, and there's this pull between vinegar-based barbecue sauce and non-vinegar based. And then there's also what we call golden barbecue sauce, which is the yellow barbecue sauce, which is my mustard base, which is my personal favorite. My work husband, Jawara, owns a barbecue truck, and he makes the best mustard-based barbecue sauce that I've tried. But so my question, I guess, is the molasses is where the sweetness comes from. The carrots, obviously, but does it give you that like barbecue taste, or is it more just like a substitute? Like, and I guess asking that, like, what type of barbecue sauce is traditional for where you are? Happy Color is free, although you can pay a fee to get in. That's perfect. Yum, Livia. Yeah, we love all things Tex-Mex type stuff around our house. I did the free Happy Color for a long time, but was using it enough that I finally paid for no ads. Nice. Now I'm getting hungry. We are doing, so we're doing spaghetti and meatballs. I'm using chickpea pasta, which I've recently discovered my family really loves. And it's higher protein, and, because me and my son specifically are, my husband too, I guess, but we focus a lot on getting our protein in because we do weightlifting and stuff like that. So it has higher protein count than normal traditional spaghetti noodles. And then I'll make the meatballs out of, we normally eat 93.7, but I think I did this time 90.10, or I might have done 96.4 ground beef. because with meatballs, you need a little bit more fat, and then it'll be half that, half Italian sausage. And then we'll just make the meatballs ourselves. I'm so excited. I love, on a cold, gross day, I love spaghetti or lasagna or chili or anything like that. So that's what we're going to do tonight. I was told it is a left brain, right brain thing. If you're not so good in algebra, then geometry can be easier. I've heard that too. And I think that's the case for my dad. He for most of his career installed ceramic tile. And so all of that geometric measuring and whatever made sense to him. And I think that's because when he was growing up, geometry made sense to him too. Okay. You'd be proud of me. I didn't go craft shopping, and I just came home to dig through my hoard for a craft. Yay! So Cori was going to go stop by the store and get a snow day craft, and did not. She did not come by my house, which I've already popped her hand for. But she did do some self-care today, which makes me super proud of her as well. And then came home and dug through her hoard for a craft. Yay! I hope you find something good. I'm sure you will. You could also teach yourself punch needling that you've been wanting to do for 6 months. I love giving her a hard time. My youngest doesn't like math, but is really good at it. He had enough credits for graduation last year, but they make them take a full math credit every year until senior year, and then it's a half credit. They make our kids do that here too, I think. I think they have to do every year a math, every year an English, and then I think they have to do 2 history and 2 science, if memory serves. I don't know about traditional, but usually go with Sweet Baby Ray's. The recipe with carrots is one that has lower sugars, I think. Okay. And you guys like it all right? That's cool. That's really cool. When I was in school, we only needed 2 credits. Oh, interesting. I always needed 4. So in high school, I think you had to do 4, and at least one of them had to be on the geometry track. So you could do 2 and 2, or 2 algebra based, 2 geometry based. So if you did 2 and 2, it would be algebra and either statistics or algebra 2. Or you could do, and then the geometry tract would be geometry and trigonometry. So a lot of people who had plans to go into like the medical field would do 2 and 2. They do algebra 2 and statistics, and then geometry and trig. So they could get, kind of a good mix of each. But you could take up to 3 algebra based, but one of those years had to be at least a geometry track. It's really good. Does not taste like carrots, but I do like carrots. I might have to try that. I don't know if it would be a good sell for my family, but a solid sell for my family, but I'll have to try that. All right. So it's 3:12. I think we talked for like maybe 15 minutes that time. So maybe we do a 45 to end it out. And then we can chat for a few minutes. And then that will give me time to prep dinner and get ready for Vanessa. So right now, I'll put all these in the chat, but it looks like right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? I'm just going to link this spreadsheet. That's going to be easier because there's like 5 people that are sprinting right now or are getting ready to sprint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sprinting now, and 1 getting ready to sprint at 4. So I'm just going to link the spreadsheet in the chat, and that way if you guys want to sprint hop, you can. Christina, if it's easy enough, can you point me in the direction of giving people wrench power. If it's complicated, I'll Google it. But if it's easy enough to walk me through, do you mind throwing that in there? Oh, Drew never went live. Okay. So 4 people sprinting and one coming up at 4. I just want to be fair with spreading the love. All right, cool. So let's do 45. Let me change this. And then we can take a break or sprint hop and get ready for Winterween. Skip the break. Perfect. Oh, I did it. Okay, let me share this. Oh, wait. Let's figure out what we're doing today. This one. Hopefully it'll be something fun. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. Ugh, that's not fun. All right, well, I guess I'm working for 45 more minutes. All right, let's stop sharing you and reshare you. Oh my God, this one. All right, my dears, I will see you in 45. Hello, friends. Welcome back. That was our last sprint. It's snowing quite a bit here now, which is exciting. The boys have already come out. Well, my oldest has already come out and said, "It's been so long since I've seen this." And he's not wrong. It's just really cute that he, at 15, got excited about it. I don't know if you noticed, but I did not work that sprint. I worked on this diamond painting a little bit more. I also did not listen to the audiobook. I just needed some quiet time. And then I popped on to Pax's live, Paximus, just to kind of see what was going on there, because I'll show in a minute, but Christina recommended I hop on his, and his was sort of noted as study with me sprints, and so far what I listened to for the last couple of minutes, I liked his cadence of things. So he may be somebody, along with Study with Laura, that I add to my study with me, my study with me grad school work stuff. Sorry, I'm letting the dog in. How'd you like that snow, Bubba? Huh? How'd you like that snow? Huh? Do you like it? Is it too cold? He's like, I don't know about this, Mama. So I feel productive-ish. I got all the beach done on this diamond painting, and part of the, what are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. I got all of the beach part, the pink beach part done. And then some of the chair and this part of the umbrella. So this has been fun. I've really liked this so far. And then I guess that's it. So that's all I did. Now we have people doing donuts in the cul-de-sac in the snow. And my husband moved, we have a third car that's like his old car. And I noticed it got moved. I thought my mother-in-law took it out, which would not have been smart. But my son said that my husband moved it. And I was like, why would you just randomly move the car? But now I hear why. All right. So I linked the BookTube Bible or the sprinting spreadsheet here for you guys. There are a number of people sprinting today right now. There's, if everybody signs on that says they're going to sign on, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more opportunities to sprint with people throughout the evening. So if you're snuggled in because it's cold and snowy, you've got plenty of people to hang out with tonight. So that's excuse me. So that's there. I was asking about making wrench power for people. I figured it out. Thank you, Christina. I went to YouTube and it was super easy. So that was good. And for creative sprints that started at 4, it sounds like you have to sub for 24 hours or so before chatting. They are sweet ladies. I have, they usually only sprint for 3 hours, and I unfortunately don't always catch them at the beginning. So I don't get to sprint with them often. But when I have, they're so sweet. I agree. The wheel is not being nice for me today. It is not. And I fought back and didn't work. So this comment may be a moot point at this point, but we'll see. Pax is great though. Yeah, I hopped onto his. He seems lovely. So we'll definitely check him out later on again. Get the work done first and then relax and do the fun stuff. Always work hard, play hard. I hate that term, but it is what it is. And I'm just saying that Pax his title was Study with Me. which I actually learned when I was watching him that he used to be study with me and now he's more booktube, but Pomodoro is Pomodoro. I don't know what this is for, but I'm assuming it's for wrench power. Pax and Study with Laura have done. Oh, really? Oh, hold on. Let me let the dog out again. Go play. That's cool. I really enjoy Laura's cadence of study break. And she has sort of a chill vibe too, a lot like Krista. And so that's always nice when you're studying to have calming vibe. I watched some videos. Cool. Yeah, I'll check him out. They were fun or funny. Let's see here. Finished the novella I was reading, so now I just need to find something else to read. What do you think you're gonna do? You have stuff to choose from, or are you just gonna try to let your let whatever the vibe is be? Thanks for hosting today. Enjoy your day. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate you hopping on and hanging out. I'm going to try to do every Friday. Depending on what I have going on with work, I may not be able to, but I also may add on Sundays. We'll just see how things go with school and stuff. But if I need the extra study time, I'll probably add on a few hours on Sundays just to get some stuff done, but definitely on Fridays for now. And we'll see how things go. Remember to hydrate, check the laundry, show some love to the like button. Yes, please do. Thank you very much. Also, make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully will get notified. I actually have a few videos that I'm hoping to send out this week and weekend, or this weekend and upcoming week. I want to do a book of the month unboxing. I have my book of the month box here, right here. But I haven't opened it yet. It's still sealed. Obviously, I know what's in it, but Bree from the Booktrovert does a really, really, really great book of the month coming up, what's coming up or what's available for book of the month. So I'm not going to do that because she does it so well. But I'm just going to do sort of my own unboxing and kind of what I picked versus what I didn't pick, and then how I'm planning on reading the other ones. So definitely check her channel out, and if I can do it while I'm talking, I will, but if not, I'll link her in the chat. I'll link her in the description. But she does a really, really, really great book of the month videos that actually is what motivated me to ask for it for Christmas, because she did such a great job. And then I'm also going to do, I was going to do a January wrap up, but I really, really, really want to talk about the 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. So I might do a quicker video about that. And then I'm redoing my video about reading and recipes for the Rory Gilmore Challenge. I'm going to do that this weekend and have my editor/son work on that. And that will be a bigger one that I'll probably put on Sunday. So anyway, just a few fun things coming up. And so you will hopefully get notified if you go, when you subscribe and you click the little arrow button and hit notify all. Hopefully they'll come up. All right. So Olivia listened to more of Iron Flame. Hopefully you're still liking it. And that's going well because the 21st will be here before you know it. He still does study and work during his friends. Oh, cool. Okay. I thought he said he was doing study and then a couple years ago he transitioned. So that's good to know. Not like it matters to me, but yes, thanks for the wrench. You'll always get the wrench. You're the queen. If you see Pax's intro, there's pictures. Oh, okay, cool. Perfect. I'm excited to check him out. Maybe I'll do that while I'm cooking dinner. I'll watch one of his videos. Videos I watched were some Carol Burnett videos. One was with Maggie Smith. Oh, and I saw you comment that before, but I didn't connect that it was Maggie Smith. And the other was Julie Andrews. I grew up watching the Carol Burnett show. I absolutely love her. What a fun, like, nostalgia. It's dark and freezing outside. My husband is away for the weekend and my kid is in bed. Ooh, I think it's time for some Stephen King. And you're doing The Shining, right? Is that what you said earlier? Oh, I can't. If you are the one that was doing The Shining, maybe that was Rouge. I can't wait to hear about it. I'll keep my eye out for them. Thank you, love. I appreciate you. Book of the Month. It does, right? So Brie and I were laughing. We were talking about making extra money and about feet pics and stuff. And I was like, well, yeah, you could just do it as an offset of Hose for Pros and call it Hose for Toes. That'd be a great like side gig. Hose for Toes. Thanks for the sprints, Jen. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you, Livia. You too. Perfect. So this is Bree's channel. Again, she does great videos for Book of the Month. I definitely would check those out. And even if you don't subscribe to Book of the Month, once they come out and you get them, like she does a great job of going through all the trigger warnings, the, quick takes, all that stuff. It's great. Thanks for the sprints. I'll definitely come back here. Oh, you're sweet. I appreciate you so much. I may have to go watch The Sound of Music or Annie or something. I loved Annie too. I've never seen Sound of Music all the way through, but I absolutely loved Annie. Follow House of Usher. That's right. I'll start Carrie now. Nice. I feel like I have that one somewhere. Maybe I don't. I did read, it's more psychological thriller than horror by him, was The Institute. And it was really good. It was more psychological. It was a little bit tough to get through in certain parts, but it's basically about these kids who are kidnapped and basically like taken out of their homes at night, and they're sent to this institute, and they're kids that were either assumed to be or certified or tested to be either kids that can like move objects or see the future or different things like that. And they put them through all this testing and stuff. And it was very good. Like I said, some of it was a little bit hard to get through just as a mom and just kid stuff. But it overall, very good book if you're looking for something different by him. And then Cori is having a family movie and popcorn day. I'll have to wait to color until you text me back. Okay. Tell me what you're watching before we go. Let's see. All right. So I guess, actually, you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to pop this in. Well, that's not fair. I've already put the thing in. All right. So I appreciate you guys so very much hanging out with me today. I know it's been a long day. I really have had a great time. I got some diamond painting done. I got some work done. Got some cross stitch done. So it was definitely a good productive day for me. I hope that you guys have a wonderful evening. If you are in the path of the snowstorm, bad word, sorry, the wintry mixed storm, please be safe. Please stay off the road. Please snuggle up with something good to eat, something good to drink, and a good book. And stay warm. And I hope that you all have a lovely evening. My next sprint will probably be next Friday, the 17th. Same time, same channel. I usually start around 10 and then go to 10 Eastern time and then go to 4 Eastern time. Today was a little bit different. I'm going a little bit past just because you guys have been amazing and I've loved chatting with you. And if I do impromptu sprints, they'll just be on the channel and we'll let Christina know as soon as we can to put it on the spreadsheet. But sometimes they're just impromptu and we have a good time, but scheduled will be next Friday, the 17th. And you guys are watching Moana. Yay. I love that. All right, my friends, I'm going to bid you all adieu. I hope you have a lovely, lovely evening. Stay safe, and I'm sure I will see you in a sprint soon. Love you, mean it.